Raider fans, like to welcome you back to the Softball Diamond in Orange City on a quick turnaround for another Great Plains Athletic Conference doubleheader between the Northwestern Red Raiders and the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers, a game that had been moved up to today that was originally scheduled for tomorrow due to poor weather in the forecast for tomorrow. But today it's very limited clouds in the sky. Small breeze and about 50 degrees. Great weather for softball here. And a quick look at the two teams here as we approach 20 minutes or so until first pitch. The Red Raiders enter the game with a 23-7 record, 2-4 in GPAC play after coming off that split with Concordia on Saturday in the home opener here in Orange City, while the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan come in with a 9-19 record, 1-5 mark in the GPAC after being swept at home against the Mustangs of Morningside on Saturday, losing Game 1 13-5 and Game 2 9-4. The Raiders are led by head coach Shane Bauman in his fourth season, while the Tigers are led by Derek Lean in his first season leading the Dakota Wesleyan program. Taking a look inside the series here, all time, the Raiders are 23-7 against Dakota Wesleyan, and since the 2006 season, the Raiders hold an 11-3 record here at the Softball Diamond in Orange City against Dakota Wesleyan. The Raiders won the last matchup in a two-game sweep a season ago, winning the last game 13-7 back on April 13th, and the Raiders have currently won 4 straight against the Tigers coming into today. Taking a look at the GPAC standings, both teams near the bottom, but plenty of time to turn it around here as we're only in our the fourth doubleheader series of the season. Plenty of time for the Raiders to turn things around here and make a push late. 2-4 in the conference for the Raiders have them sitting in 10th. And the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers at 1-5 sit in 11th, while Doane, coming in at 1-7, sits last in the conference. Taking a look at the team comparisons here, Northwestern leads Dakota Wesleyan in 8 of the 9 categories, both offensively and on the pitching side of things. Raiders have a batting average of 349 to the Tigers 291. On base, the Raiders a 402 mark, Dakota Wesleyan a 355. The Raiders have blasted 12 home runs this season to Dakota Wesleyan's 11. With 181 runs batted in for Northwestern to 109 for the Tigers. On the pitching side of things, the team ERA of the Raiders is 2.29 to the 6.67 of Dakota Wesleyan. Against the Raider pitching, opponents are hitting just a mere 220, while opponents are batting 380 off of Dakota Wesleyan's pitching staff. Strikeouts, 177 for the Raiders, only 91 for Dakota Wesleyan thus far, as the Raiders have thrown 199 innings even, and Dakota Wesleyan has thrown an even 170. If we take a look at the pitching matchups today, for the Tigers, they'll be throwing number 20, Megan Daffern, who has a 5-7 record on the season with a 4.34 ERA, in which will be her 13th start of the season. She's thrown 5 complete games, has thrown 71 innings in the circle, and has a batting average against of 348. For the Raiders, Cameron Etherington will be in the circle. She has a 10-2 record, starting her 16th game of the season, throwing 2 complete games in those 15 previous starts. She has a 10-2 record, as mentioned, throwing 82.2 innings, striking out 68, and has a sub-200 batting average against at 199. If we take a second to look through the starting lineups for both teams, here, starting for the visitors, the Tigers from Dakota Wesleyan University, leading off, playing left field, number 21, Alyssa Burke, who is hitting .396 on the season with no home runs and 6 RBIs. Batting second is center fielder, number 1, Peyton Bagley, batting .093, no home runs, and 3 RBIs. Batting third, McKinley Mole, the shortstop, is hitting a mark of 323 on the season with a team-high 3 home runs and 21 RBIs. Batting cleanup is number 33, Nora Nelson, the third baseman. She's batting .368 on the season, no home runs, and 16 RBIs to her name. Batting fifth is the catcher, also number 2, Allison McKelvany, batting .217 with no home runs and 6 RBI. Batting sixth, Reagan Grossi, the designated player today, batting .292 with 1 home run and 7 RBIs. Batting seventh, playing first base, number 5, Jaden Warner, .286 average, no home runs, 7 RBIs. Number 11, batting in the 8-hole, playing right field, batting an even .200 with no home runs and 2 RBIs on the season is Lena McCoy. And batting ninth is Aubrey Garberick, playing second base, batting .310 with no home runs and 11 RBIs to her name. And again, the Tigers are led by first-year head coach Derek Lean, who has a 9-19 record at the helm of Dakota Wesleyan here again in his first season. And now taking a look at the Raiders lineup for head coach Shane Bauman in his 4th season. Batting leadoff, number 24, playing right field today, Jen Bovey, batting .450, which is 4th in the GPAC this season. She has 2 home runs, 30 RBIs, and is 3 for 4 on stolen bases on the season. She's also the Week 2 GPAC Player of the Week for her performances. One of 2 Raiders to be named GPAC Player of the Week this week, as pitcher Kate Krolick also has a Pitching of the Week honor to her name. Batting second, the designated player, but also will be playing second base some today, is number 8, Madison Grotwald. She's batting .303 with no home runs, 4 RBIs, and 7 or 11 from stolen bases. Batting in the 3-hole, team leading in RBIs and average is number 18, Bree Giordano. She's playing center field like usual, batting .458, which is 3rd in the GPAC, with 3 home runs, 31 RBIs, and 8 for 10 on stolen base attempts. Batting cleanup, number 25, the San Jose State transfer, playing third base is Gwen Michelson. She's batting .393 with 2 home runs, one of them coming last time out with a 2-run blast against Concordia to give the 2 insurance runs for the Raiders that they ended up needing as they defeated Concordia 6-4. Batting fifth, the first baseman, played designated player against Concordia, is number 22, Erica McKinney. She has a batting average of .239 entering the day with no home runs and 7 RBIs and no stolen bases. And batting sixth is the shortstop, number 5, Jordan Kramer, with a .313 average, 1 home run, 22 RBIs, and a 3 for 5 mark on stolen bases. Batting seventh is number 12, the catcher, Chloe Gallegos. She's batting .354 with 3 home runs and 19 RBIs. Batting in the 8-hole is second baseman, also number 4, Emily Strasser. A .322 average with 1 home run and 20 RBIs and a 4 for 5 mark in the stolen base category. And number 1, playing left field, Charlie Baumgars, is batting .258 on the season, no home runs, 6 RBIs, and is a perfect 11 for 11 on stolen bases. As we prepare for the starting lineups here at the field and the playing of the national anthem, we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com. We'll be back with first pitch here from Orange City.
You want to make a difference. That makes you different. Success matters, but you care more about succeeding in ways that matter. You want to be prepared, confident, ready to lead a life that stands out. You belong at Northwestern College. Be a Raider. Lead and serve. Be smart and strong. Courageous and faithful. Be great, not for yourself, but because excellence honors God and serves others. Northwestern's promise? You'll stand out here. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, for significance, because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Welcome back as we prepare for first pitch today from the softball complex on the campus of Northwestern College. Leading off for the Dakota Wesleyan is number 21, Alyssa Burke, the left fielder, batting a team best 396. She's got no home runs and 6 RBIs on the day. And the first pitch from Etherington is called strike 1. And we're underway here from Orange City. Again, the Raiders, last time out, split in the home opener here with Concordia back on Saturday, as we have a quick turnaround, only 1 day off. And that one's fouled off. 1 day off as we observe the Sabbath here at Northwestern College. Got an 0-2 count now on Burke, the left fielder, and the 0-2 pitch. She takes for ball number 1. As Etherington gets the sign here, and here comes the pitch. Bounced off the side of her leg for ball number 2. As we reset for a 2-2 pitch now here on the leadoff hitter for the Tigers. And the pitch is fouled off. Take this opportunity. Red Raider Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors: Premier Communications, the Van Egelenhoven Insurance Agency, Kaspersky, Ace Hardware, Diamond Vogel Paint, Iowa State Bank, Pepsi of Siouxland, Northwestern Bank, Orange City Health System, Scooters, and American State Bank. Thanks for being on the team, behind the team, as Burke takes that pitch up for ball 3, and we now have a full count here on the leadoff hitter. Got ahead 0-2 early, and Burke has worked a full count here against Etherington. And the full count pitch is fouled off, and we'll do another one. Burke this season has an on-base percentage of .413. She has walked only 3 times on the season. And Dakota Wesleyan's 28 games played. And she swings and misses on the pitch up and out of the zone for strike 3 and the first strikeout of the day for Etherington. Now batting is Peyton Bagley, batting sub 100 on the year as she looks at a first pitch strike. And that pitch is up to even the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Dakota Wesleyan returns no all-conference players from a season ago for first-year head coach Derek Lean. And that ball is fouled off, and Etherington's ahead now. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Raiders have 2 more doubleheaders yet this week on Friday, Saturday, as they make a trip into the state of Nebraska to take on Doane on Friday for a doubleheader starting at 3, and a Saturday doubleheader on April 9th at Hastings, with the doubleheader beginning at 1 p.m. Busy week of softball for the Raiders, starting off here on this Monday as Bagley looks at ball number 2, and the count's 2-2 with 1 away here in the first, and nobody on for Dakota Wesleyan as Burke led off the game with a strikeout after working the count full. And this one's up. Foul. They're going to get there. No, it's going to hit off the net for a foul ball, and the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bagley, 3 RBIs on the year. No home runs to her name. As she steps back into the batter's box here for the Tigers. And the pitch from Etherington. And for the second straight batter, there will be a full count as it moves to 3 balls, 2 strikes here on the 2-hole hitter. Bagley has started this, making her 18th start of the season as she rips this one foul, but out in front a little bit, as this will be well foul, out of play. And we'll do another full count pitch. And the 3-2 pitch. She pops this one up in the infield. Settling under it is Strasser for, that is Grotwald, the DP switch. Grotwald over there at second base will put it away for out number 2. Now batting 3-hole hitter and playing shortstop today, McKinley Mole, batting .323 on the season as she looked at a first pitch that's fouled off her check swing, and she shrugs at her coach. I mean, what do you expect? You put the bat out there, it might hit the ball. That's what happened. I did that plenty in my day, in my JV baseball playing days back in high school. And she looks at ball number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike here on Mole. 21 RBIs. Of the starters, that is a team high. And in general, it is a team high with 21. Coming from her 3-hole spot in the lineup as she looks at strike number 2. Etherington's up 1 ball, 2 strikes now here on the 3-hole hitter. Raiders looking to get on a little bit of run here after winning the second game of the Twin Bill with the Bulldogs on Saturday. And this one's tapped foul as Michelson will get it back to Etherington in the circle. As we get settled in again for another 1-2 pitch, on deck is Nora Nelson. And the pitch is hitting the foul territory, but it'll be out of play as well as, again, we settle in for a 1-2 pitch as Nelson set the hand of bat back to her teammate. And here we go, ready for more softball here. And this one is chipped foul. Quite the battle there in the batter's box for Mole. Again, pitching for Dakota Wesleyan today is number 20, Megan Daffern, with a 5-7 record on the season. In 12 games started, making 14 appearances, entering the day. And this one, bit up and out for ball 2. Yeah, 2 balls, 2 strikes here. Gallegos doing the catching to complete the battery. And that one's up as well. And we have another full count. Each of the 3 batters here so far today have worked full counts against Etherington here in the first. Raiders in their white tops, Raiders script, and red pants as she puts this one up in the air. And this one looks like it'll stay in play in foul territory as Michelson settles underneath it and makes the play for out number 3. And the Raiders are coming to bat. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on for the Tigers. The Raiders coming to bat. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
Spins into the lane.
Northwestern College is top ranked for academics and an athletic powerhouse. But we do more than win championships. Our coaches and staff are committed to honoring Christ through excellence in athletics. We develop Raiders who stand out in competition and the classroom. The Raider Athletics Association provides resources that help us recruit the very best student athletes. Become a member by making a gift that will enhance the student-athlete experience, fund scholarships, and continue to improve facilities. Be a part of the team behind the team. Join today. Thank you, and go Raiders.
Welcome back to the broadcast as Jed Bovey steps in to lead off the home half of the first here for the Raiders. Bovey batting .450, the Week 2 GPAC Player of the Week. 2 home runs, 30 RBIs, and 3 for 4 in stolen bases this season as she looks at a first pitch strike from Megan Daffern, the starter today for Dakota Wesleyan. And the second pitch is roped foul well out in front. It'll be 0-2 now. Looks like she was ahead of an off-speed pitch. Bovey, typically the Raider first baseman, is out in right field today for Coach Bauman and squad as she looks at ball one that catcher keeps in front of her. Bovey sitting fourth in the GPAC with her .450 batting average, which is second on the team behind three-hole hitter Bree Giordano with her .458 mark as she looks at ball two, bringing the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes here on the leadoff hitter for the Raiders. Again, we got a full count. Every batter today has worked a full count. As Bovey steps back in here for the full count pitch and the pitch, and she rolls that one up the middle off the pitcher's glove into the glove of Garberick over to Warner for out number 1. So 1-4-3 put out for the first out. Madison Grotwald, the second baseman, stepping up to the plate now. The lefty, hitting .303 on the season, looks at strike number 1. No home runs this season for the usual slap hitter. She looks at ball number 1 to even the count. She has 4 RBIs, but she is a threat to steal on the base path as she has a 7-for-11 mark on the season in that stolen base category. Pulls back the bunt, looks to bunt, again pulls bat back for ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike here. Northwestern leads the GPAC in batting average at .349, which also sits 18th in the NAIA as Grotwell gets a bunt down here, but it's right to Daffern, who makes the throw over to Warner for out number 2. Now batting, three-hole hitter Bree Giordano. The junior from Arroyo Grande, California, looks at ball number 1. Again, the Raiders, with their .349 average, leads the conference and is 18th in the NAIA and second in the league in on-base percentage at .402. As Bree pops this one up into foul territory, but settling under it is Warner, who makes the play in foul territory. And the Raiders go 1-2-3 in the home half of the first. Raiders get no runs, no hits, and nobody left on. And we have played one full here from Orange City. You're watching Raiders softball on nwcraiders.com.
Be a Raider. Lead and serve. Be smart and strong. Courageous and faithful. Be great, because excellence honors God and serves others. You belong at Northwestern. You'll stand out here. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, for significance. Because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Welcome back to the broadcast. Raider fans, help support Red Raider Athletics by joining the Raider Athletics Association. It's the team behind the team that supports our 530-plus student athletes. Go to nwciowa.edu/joinRAA to join today. Again, that's nwciowa.edu/joinRAA to join today. As a four-hole hitter, Nora Nelson looks at strike number one from Cameron Etherington. Etherington with the 1.61 ERA entering the day, the best on the team with her 10-2 record. As Nelson swings through that one, and it finds herself down 0-2 here to Etherington. We prepare for the 0-2 pitch, and the delivery. Looks like she hit her spot, but Nelson held up for ball number one. And we set up for the 1-2 pitch. And it's on its way. Swing and a miss, strike three for Etherington's second strikeout of the day. And that brings up to the plate catcher, number 2, Allison McKelveny. Batting fifth for Dakota Wesleyan with the .217 batting average. She looks at a first pitch ball. 6 RBIs to her name this season. Cameron Etherington's 1.61 ERA is second in the GPAC, and she sits third in the conference with her 10 wins. The pitching staff for Northwestern is ranked third in the league with a team ERA of 2.32 and is second in strikeouts with 178. As the count has evened up at 1 ball, 1 strike, and the umpire looks at the ball. And the umpire will pull out a ball and disregard that one and says it's no good. As we get ready for more softball here. And McKelveny looks at strike number 2 on the outer half of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count now. On the 5-hole hitter for Dakota Wesleyan. And the payoff pitch here. Gets on top of that one, over to Michelson, who throws over for the out. Foot stays on the bag over there. McKinney's does for out number 2. For the second out of the inning, bringing up designated player number 13, Reagan Grassi. 292 average on the season, 1 home run, one of 2 in the starting lineup today that has a home run for the Tigers. She has 7 RBIs. She looks at a first pitch ball for Coach Lean and squad. That breaking ball drops in for strike 1, evens the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Again, this doubleheader moved up from Tuesday due to forecasted weather. Last I looked, 70% chance of rain here in the Orange City area as she fouled that one off for strike 2. Better to play today. Sunny, no clouds, and no weather threats today. On the cool side, but you can handle that as long as it's not rainy and windy as well. If we look at the 1-2 pitch here, 2 outs, nobody on. And she pops this one up into foul territory. McKinney giving chase, but it'll go harmlessly out of play. And we'll wind up for another 1-2 pitch. Here's Etherington's 1-2 pitch. She wanted it, but did not offer at it. She wanted it, but held up in time for 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Allison McKelveny. And the pitch. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. Couldn't hold up for strikeout number 3 of the day. She strikes out 2 in the inning, and the Tigers, go down 1-2-3. And we've played 1.5. No score here in Orange City as we head to the bottom half of the second. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
I came to Northwestern to compete at a high level, get a Christ-centered education, and prepare myself for life after college.
I love the community and alumni support we get at our games.
By joining the team behind the team, you help Northwestern compete for conference and national titles.
My goal is to praise God with the gifts He has given me to play the sport I love.
Your support helps me be a part of a winning tradition of Red Raider Nation.
Thank you for sharing your gifts with us. Go Raiders.
We're ready for more softball here as Gwynn Michelson steps up to the plate, leading off the Raiders, followed by McKinney and Kramer due up here in the home half of the second. Michelson batting .393 on the season, just a shade under 400. 2 home runs, 22 RBIs, 5 for 7 on stolen bases as she looks at strike number 1 to begin the AB here against Daffern. And a pitch. It hits her. And she'll head down to first base. First base runner today for the Raiders. And it'll help Michelson's on-base percentage. And it'll bring up today's first baseman, Erica McKinney. No home runs, 7 RBIs. See if a bunt is in play. And it is, but she pulls back for ball number 1. McKinney batting .239 on the season. Red Raider Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors: the City of Orange City, Demco Manufacturing, Orange City Health System, Pizza Ranch, Transova Genetics, and BSN Sports. Thanks for being on the team behind the team. Her bunt's caught by the first baseman as Michelson dives back in time. Not exactly what the Raiders wanted there, but nonetheless, we have 1 out. Bringing up Jordan Kramer. And we got a sacrifice that time that works, getting Michelson over to second with 2 outs.
Now batting, number 12, Chloe Blake.
And I'll bring up the catcher in the 7th hole, number 12, Chloe Gallegos, as she looks at strike number 1. Raiders have Michelson on second in scoring position. .354 batting average on the season today, or this year, for Gallegos. 3 home runs, 19 RBIs. She looks at ball number 1, even in the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Daffern with the 1-1 pitch. That one's inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike now the count on Gallegos, the freshman from Carroll, Iowa. Prime opportunity. Should Gallegos get a base hit here? She pops that one up into right field. 2 people going back for it. Right fielder McCoy's going to come in to make the play, and that'll end the inning, leaving Michelson on second base. Raiders get her to second, but can't bring her home. No runs, no hits, and 1 runner left on base. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com. No matter your age or ability, the CNOS Sports Medicine Team can help you stay healthy, prevent injuries, and strengthen your game. CNOS, improving health. Red Raider Erica McKinney is a genetics major. Did you know Northwestern is just one of 3 institutions in Iowa participating in the SEA Phages program that gives students elite research opportunities? Raiders stand out. And did you know Northwestern teams have won 9 national championships, and Raiders competed at nationals in 10 sports last year? Raiders stand out. And leading off for the Tigers here in the top of the 3rd inning is first baseman number 5, Jaden Warner. And she swings and misses at the first offering from Etherington. The lefty does not appear to be a slap hitting type of lefty, more of a, let me try to deposit this over the outfield wall swinging lefty. Big Poppy, if you will. And she swings at that one too. It doesn't help that this isn't Fenway with a short porch over in right field. I'm sure that helped Big Poppy in his career. And the 0-2 pitch. Just a bit outside for the first ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes here. On Warner. She steps back into the plate. Dakota Wesleyan wearing their blue tops, white pants, blue socks, and Tigers across the chest as she swings and misses for strike number 3. The first out of the inning is the 4th strikeout of the day for Etherington. And that'll bring up to the plate number 11, Lena McCoy. The 200 batting right fielder with 2 RBIs to her name, no home runs this season. And the first pitch to her is called ball 1. We prepare for the second pitch of the AAB. And here it is. She pops this one up. It looks like it might stay in play. Oh, 2 people converge on it, and nobody makes a play. It'll fall, hit the ground for foul ball. Little miscommunication there. Looks like Michelson had the best chance at it, but nobody backed off. Both went for it. 1 ball, 1 strike to count now on McCoy, the right fielder. And the pitch. Bit up for ball 2. And works the count to 3 balls, 1 strike now. She swings at this 3-1 into the corner. It'll get down over Baumgart's heads that she'll work her way into second for a double. First hit of the day for the Tigers. And that'll bring up 9-hole hitter number 28, the second baseman, Aubrey Gabarek. Batting .310 on the season with 11 RBIs, a chance to make it 12 here as teammate Lena McCoy stands out there on second base. And the first pitch to her swung through for strike number 1. McCoy getting quite a bit of a secondary lead out there on that first pitch. And again, the Raiders have won 4 straight against the Tigers. As the Raiders won the last matchup last season, 13-7. They wrapped it for 13 runs is in the game 2 of that doubleheader. And we got strike 2, now 0-2 count on the 9-hole hitter, Aubrey Gabarek, the second baseman. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 2 down now. That's our 5th strikeout of the day for Etherington. It'll bring up the top of the Tiger order. Alyssa Burke coming to the plate. She struck out after working a full count herself in her first at bat, and she slap hits that one way out of play behind us for strike one. She's got McCoy out there on second base after her double to left field. And the pitch is popped up, but right out there in center field is Giordano, who was shifted perfectly by the Raider coaching staff as she puts that away for out number 3. And that'll strand the Tiger runner over at second base. No runs, 1 hit, 1 runner left. We're heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Orange City Area Health System is your partner for safe, skilled, and essential services. From family medicine to behavioral health, sports medicine to therapy and rehab, surgery to senior care, they offer the right care in the right place at the right time at Orange City Area Health System. Due up for the Raiders here in the home half of the 3rd will be 8-9-1. Emily Strasser, Charlie Baumgars, and Jen Bovey due up for Northwestern. Strasser will lead off the inning, batting .322. Typically, the Raiders' second baseman is in the designated player position today, batting .322 with 1 home run on the year, 20 RBIs, and is 4 for 5 in stolen base attempts for Northwestern. It'll be her first plate appearance against Megan Daffern for the Tigers. And the first pitch to Strasser, she looks at for strike number 1. Neither side able to push a run across yet. Both have gotten a runner to second base once. And Strasser leads off the inning with a strong single to left fielder that almost bounced over her head. That ball was roped out to left field for a leadoff single for Emily Strasser. We'll have to see if 9-hole hitter Charlie Baumgars will bunt. Another lefty in the Raider lineup for Coach Bauman. Safe to say that there very well could be a bunt on here to try to manufacture a run here for the Raiders. And she pulls back for ball number 1. And the second pitch is taken for ball 2 as Baumgars pulls the bat back. Count moves to 2-0 now. Baumgars, a stolen base threat, usually in the 2-hole for the Raiders, is a perfect 11 for 11 on the day, or on the year, in the stolen base category. She pops up this bunt to the catcher. And the second time a sacrifice bunt attempt has been popped up for an out. That's the first out of the inning. Bringing up Jen Bovey. Batting .450. Entering the day. 0 for 1 on the day. She worked a full count her first at bat. And she swings at the first pitch into the gap. That goes. And we'll be running around for a while. It looks like Strasser will be held up at third by Coach Bauman. And Bovey with a double here in her second time around seeing Megan Daffern. And I'll put runners on second and third. And that'll bring up Madison Grotwald, the second baseman here. We got 2 Raiders in scoring position here. Second and third. A bunt will score Strasser. That sacrifice bunt will go down as a sacrifice bunt and an RBI for Madison Grotwald as she gets the job done. And that's an RBI for Grotwald. And it scores Emily Strasser. 2 outs in the inning now. Bovey standing on third. Strasser came home to score. And I'll bring up 3-hole hitter, Bree Giordano, who fouled out to the first baseman in her first plate appearance back in the first inning. And this is her second time seeing Daffern as well. That pitch is up for ball 1 to start off the at-bat. And Giordano batting .458, team high. Strike call, evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. .31 RBIs to her name, and make it 32 as a single to center field will score Jen Bovey to make it 2-0 Northwestern. An RBI single for Bovey, or for Giordano, excuse me, has her team adding to her team high, making it 32 RBIs on the season. Scores Bovey after her double. And the Raiders have a 2-0 lead here in the third inning. Ball outside as Giordano takes off for second and will get in there safely. Ball drilling her in the side. And a stolen base. Putting Giordano in scoring position. She's now 9 for 11 on the season in stolen bases herself. Giordano really does it all for the Raiders. Can hit, field, and can steal a base. Michaelston looks at strike number 1, evening the count at 1 ball, 1 strike here. Michaelston was hit by a pitch last inning to lead off the inning. She was left stranded at second base as the Raiders couldn't push across a run. But she just gets under this one, and this was going to be a pop-up into shallow left field as Burke comes under it for out number 3. But the damage is done. The Raiders strike for 2 runs and takes a 2-0 lead here in the third inning. We head to the 4th. You're watching Raiders Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
I came to Northwestern to compete at a high level, get a Christ-centered education, and prepare myself for life after college.
I love the community and alumni support we get at our games.
By joining the team behind the team, you help Northwestern compete for conference and national titles.
My goal is to praise God with the gifts He has given me to compete in the sport I love.
Your support helps me be a part of the winning tradition of Red Raider Nation.
Thank you for sharing your gifts with us. Go Raiders!
Raider fans, help support Red Raider Athletics by joining the Raider Athletics Association. It's the team behind the team that supports our 530 student athletes. Go to nwciowa.edu/join-RAA to join today. Leading off for the Tigers here in the top of the 4th inning is 2-hole hitter Peyton Bagley. She'll be followed by Mole and Nelson here, due up for Dakota Wesleyan. Squares the bunt, does Bagley, but that one will go foul for strike 1. Here about the midway point through the game, Raiders with a 2-0 lead, striking for 2 runs the last half inning. Bats finally coming alive a little. 2 singles and a double. And we got a pop-up here, and that's camping under it is Jordan Kramer for out number 1. That'll bring up McKinley Mole, the shortstop. She fouled out to Michelson in her first at-bat. Back in the first inning to end the frame after working a full count on Etherington. She looks at ball 1 to begin the at-bat here in the 4th inning. That one's a bit up for ball 2. 2-0 with a count now on Mull. 21 RBIs, 3 home runs for the Tigers shortstop. And the pitch is in there for the first strike of the at-bat. Etherington gets one over to make it 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, nobody on. Did you know Northwestern is ranked 6th among 76 Midwestern regional colleges by U.S. News? Raiders stand out. That one misses for ball 3. It's a 3-ball, 1 strike to count now on Mull. And the pitch. Misses for ball 4. It's a walk. And that'll bring up cleanup hitter number 33, the third baseman, Nora Nelson, batting .368. 16 RBIs, no homers. Raiders infield shifts a little bit, possibly expecting a bunt. Or just playing the shift. This Grotwald is hugging the first base side a little bit, leaving a hole semi up the middle. But Nelson looks at strike 1. And balls counts evened up at 1 ball, 1 strike apiece here. Looks at strike number 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes. On the Tiger cleanup hitter. Struck out her first at bat. 1 of 5 strikeouts today for Etherington in the circle. She fouls that one off to stay alive. Etherington has pitched 3 full innings here. Allowed just the 1 hit, the double last inning to Lena McCoy. That one's fouled off a little bit late. Just misses a car. A nice Ford Legacy, I'm told. I don't know much about cars. As you could probably tell by the space in my pause. It's a nice one, though, nonetheless. And this one is grounded over to Kramer. Bounces up on her, but she makes a throw. Strong throw to first, but not in time. And that'll go down as an error. And 2 Tigers are aboard. Hard to blame Kramer there. That one kind of took a bad hop on her, but nonetheless, 2 runners on, 1 out for Dakota Wesleyan. And that brings up McElvany, the catcher, who pops it up into left field, and Baumgars gets under it to put it away for out number 2. And suddenly there's 2 outs now. And just like that, 1 out away are the Raiders from getting out of this little predicament they find themselves in. Reagan Grossi, number 13, the designated player, stepping up to the plate. 1 of 2 Tigers to have a home run to her name. Just 1, 7 RBIs. That one misses for ball 1 to begin the AB. And we await the second pitch, and here it is for strike 1 on the outer half of the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike to count, 2 away. Tigers on first and second here in the top of the 4th inning. Game 1 of this doubleheader between the Tigers of Dakota Wesleyan and the Red Raiders of Northwestern. Swings through that one for strike number 2. And the count suddenly in Etherington's favor. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That was a big pitch there for Etherington in the circle. Lots of different ways she can go about putting away Grossi here, the designated player. And the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called it. She holds up on the swing, but the umpire called it a strike anyways. And that's the 6th strikeout of the day, and it leaves Tigers on first and second. Tigers unable to crack the scoreboard yet again We've played 4.5. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
Carlson spins into the lane. Throws it down.
Northwestern College is top ranked for academics and an athletic powerhouse. But we do more than win championships. Our coaches and staff are committed to honoring Christ through excellence in athletics. We develop Raiders who stand out in competition and the classroom. The Raider Athletics Association provides resources that help us recruit the very best student athletes. Become a member by making a gift that will enhance the student-athlete experience, fund scholarships, and continue to improve facilities. Be a part of the team behind the team. Join today. Thank you, and go Raiders.
Welcome back. On the camera, you see Coach Miller with his manila folder. My favorite part of every Raider softball game day is Coach Miller and his manila folder. Erica McKinney, the first baseman, will lead off the game or lead off the inning for the Raiders here in the home half of the fourth after putting 2 runs up, an inning to go, and she looks at strike number 1. Did you know 9 in 10 Northwestern students say they feel like they belong here? Raiders stand out. As McKinney looks at ball number 1, bringing the count to 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 is ripped into left field, but it's going to be caught out there by Burke for the first out. And that's going to bring up Jordan Kramer, who dropped a sacrifice bunt her first time up in the second inning. This could be her first official plate appearance. And the pitch. Fouled off. No balls, 1 strike. Sounds by the reaction of the crowd, it might have hit something, or if it came very close to hitting something. As we prepare for the 0-1 pitch here from Daffern. That one misses outside. One ball, 1 strike to count on the Raider shortstop. That one misses a bit inside, making the count 2-1. Kramer, the senior from Larchwood, Iowa, fouls that one off with the Wesleyan High School here in Northwest Iowa. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Jordan Kramer. .313 average entering the day. Actually, it stays at .313 with her sack from her last plate appearance. And that one hits her. Second hit batter of the day by Daffern, and it will put Kramer on base. Kramer and now Michaelston have both been hit by a pitch today. But free base runners. That'll bring up the catcher, Chloe Gallegos, for her second plate appearance. She flew out to right field her first time up. And the first pitch from Daffern. This one's ripped into right field over the head of McCoy, who thought she had a beat on it. She did not. And Kramer's going to be waved around, and she's going to score! 3-0 Raiders. That double will extend the Raider lead to 3-0. If that is the 20th RBI of the season for Chloe Gallegos. She'll advance the third on the throw. Emily Strasser stepping up to the plate now. She singled and scored last inning as she led off the inning for the Raiders with that sharp single to left. And she looks at one just in on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. And we're ready for the 0-1 pitch. And this one is turned on and into left field, not very deep. Misplayed by Burke. She had it, then she didn't have it, then she had it again, and then it hit the ground for an E7. And we're back. Sorry about that. We got Strasser now on second base after the E. It's an RBI for Strasser still. And that'll score the fourth Raider run. As Baumgars drops a bunt here that goes foul. Strasser now on second base. There's one away. And Charlie Baumgars, the 9-hole hitter, up to the plate. 1-1 count on her. Her first plate appearance, she popped up a bunt to the catcher. And this one she tries to jab at. And she hits it right at Coach DeYoung in the dugout. Bringing the count to 1-2 strikes. Baumgars is the freshman outfielder from Hull, Iowa. Went to Boynton Hole, Rock Valley High School. She looks at ball 2 just off the plate outside, evening the count at 2-2 strikes. And Baumgars fouls that one off. 2 strikes to count. On the 9-hole hitter, batting .258 on the season. And the pitch from Daffern is put in play to the second baseman, Gabarek, who makes a bad throw, and it'll be another error, and it'll score another Raider run. And another throw, and Baumgars will not advance. And that'll prompt a Dakota Wesleyan. That'll prompt a Dakota Wesleyan trip to the circle for head coach Derek Lean. He wants to talk things over with his infielders. We got Charlie Baumgars on second after the throwing error on the second baseman. 3 runs are in this inning, making it 5-0. Raiders still threatening because Baumgars is on second base and the always dangerous Jen Bovey up to the plate. Playing right field today. She's 1 for 2 with a double and a run scored herself back in the third inning. And the meeting has come to an end. And she looks at a first pitch strike on the outside corner. And at the 0-1 pitch. Inside. Bovey bends out of the way. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out. Baumgars on second for Northwestern. This is a third trip to the plate for Bovey. She also batted last inning. And a single through the left side. Bauman will hold up Baumgars up at third, and Raiders will have runners on first and third with one out. Madison Grotwald stepping up to the plate. Bovee will take second on the indifference there, but put runners on second and third. The throw actually went down to third, but there was no threat from Baumgars to take off, so. And there's the bunt from Grotwald. She's going to beat this one out. Everybody's safe. A sacrifice bunt that turns into a bunt single RBI. You love to see it. And that'll be an RBI. And that's going to score Baumgars, the sixth Raider run. And a pass ball allows Grotwald up to second base. Putting runners on second and third. 6-0 Raider lead here as Giordano looks at ball two here. She is 1 for 2 herself as an RBI single back in the third. 2 Raider runners in scoring position. Bovee at third, Grotwald at second now after the pass ball. 2 balls, no strikes to count, and she looks at ball 3. 3 balls, no strikes. To the also always dangerous Bri Giordano, batting .458 coming into the day. She now has 32 RBIs and 9 stolen bases on the season. She looks at strike 1 there as a good take. 3 balls, 1 strike. 4 runs already home for the Raiders here this inning. And another single and at least 1 run. And it will just be 1 run as Grotwald is held up at third by Coach Bauman. But an RBI single. Yeah, it's going to bring in. That's the 7th Raider run. And that might be all she wrote for Megan Daffern, and it is. And that's going to advance. Raiders got first and third, 1 out. And that'll bring up Gwen Michelson in after warm-up pitches, and we will take a quick break. Let her get her warm-up pictures in, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the new Tiger pitcher. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
You want to make a difference. That makes you different. Success matters, but you care more about succeeding in ways that matter. You want to be prepared, confident, ready to lead a life that stands out. You belong at Northwestern College. Be a Raider. Lead and serve. Be smart and strong. Courageous and faithful. Be great. Not for yourself, but because excellence honors God and serves others. Northwestern's promise? You'll stand out here. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, for significance. Because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Coach Derek Lean will call on the services of Caitlin Ferris to do the pitching duties, making her 13th appearance of the season. She has a 7.92 ERA and an 0-2 record as Giordano takes second base there. Another stolen base. 7.08 ERA, or excuse me, 7.92 ERA and 17 2/3 inning pitched. And opponents are batting .430 off her as that one's a ball in the dirt, and she's giving signs to her catcher. I don't know what she was trying to communicate, but it's 2 balls, no strikes here on Gwen Michelson, who recorded the final out. Oh, that one's into the glove of the shortstop. Not enough on that one, but that's out number 2. And that'll bring up Erica McKinney, who led off this inning with a fly out to left. But she has a chance to do more damage as the Raiders lead 7-0 here in the 4th inning. And she'll be batting around. Raiders bat around here in the 4th, and she looks at ball 1, down and in for ball 1. Ferris. It's a sophomore from Converse, Texas, Veterans Memorial High School. And here's her 1-0 pitch. It's up for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes on the Raider first baseman. 0 for 2 today. Popped up a bunt to the first baseman and flew out the left. And there's a single down the left field line, and that'll score 2 more Raider runs to make it 9-0. Raiders just teeing off here in this inning, and that's a 2 RBI single. A couple more unearned runs. Those errors really coming back to bite the Tigers here. We got 5 hits in the inning and 2 errors. Number 14 is in to run for McKinney. Nine 9-0 Raider lead. And there's a single under the third baseman's glove, and that's going to send Brooke Zeisler in, and she will score on the RBI single from Jordan Kramer. And the Raiders keep piling them on. And it's 10-0 Northwestern. Getting out of the slump here today. It's always good to see the offense explosion. And that'll put Delaney Eisminger, the freshman from Kingsley, Iowa, out to run for Jordan Kramer. Raiders 3 outs away from a run rule victory here. And that'll bring up Chloe Gallegos. The catcher. She batted this inning as well, and she doubled and scored a run herself. The catcher, freshman from Carroll, Iowa, looks at ball number 1. And Dakota Wesleyan looking to just get out of this inning. The Raiders have put up 8 runs already this inning. That ball misses up. 2 balls, no strikes to count on Chloe Gallegos. The catcher, .354 average, 3 home runs, 19 RBIs on the season. And we got a runner on first, and that one's fouled off. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. That one gets by. Wild pitch will advance Eisminger over to second. 3-1 strike, the count on the catcher, Gallegos. And that one's fouled. And we got another full count. This is the second time today the Raiders have worked a full count on Dakota Wesleyan pitching staff. The first against Ferris. They also had one. Bovey led off the game with a full count back in the first inning on Daffern. Daffern just apparently ran out of steam here in the fourth inning, and the Raiders chipped together some hits, and errors, of course, didn't help for a bunch of unearned runs. And the pitch is up for ball 4. And the inning continues. That'll bring up Emily Strasser. Oh, excuse me. We got a pinch hitter here. We got Sydney Isum stepping up to the plate. Will bat in place of Emily Strasser. Sydney Isum stepping up to the plate for the Raiders. Isum, take a look at her stats here. This is the 18th game she's played in this season. She stepping up to the plate for her 7th at-bat. She's got a .667 average as she looks at her first pitch strike. And she is a junior from Fillmore, California, Fillmore High School. Played against her sister, who is on Concordia, Nebraska's roster on Saturday. And that one gets away from the catcher for a passed ball. And again, it's not the first time you've heard it this inning, but we've got 2 Raiders in scoring position. One ball, one strike to count on Isum, and she takes that one inside for ball number 2. And here is the 2-1 pitch. Right back up the middle for a single. That's going to score 1 and 2. That's going to score 2 Raiders, and it's 12-0 Northwestern. That's a 2-run RBI single. And she'll be on first base. And if I look here, that's her 3rd and 4th RBIs of the season for Isum. Raiders have have 10 runs this inning. And it's been a while since I've seen an inning with 10 runs on the board. Scoreboard has switched over to 0. Had to count up. That's ball 2 to the 9-hole hitter, Charlie Baumgars. 258 hitter. She is 0 for 2 today, but reached last inning. Or she reached this inning, excuse me, on an error. Then finally came around to score later in the inning. She was the 4th run to score this inning, and she looks at strike 1, 2 balls, 1 strike. To the left fielder, Baumgars is a freshman from Hull, Iowa, and she slaps that one foul into the net. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. 2 outs, and we got Sydney Isum on first base. Due up for Dakota Wesleyan in the top half of the 5th inning will be 7, 8, 9, Warner, McCoy, and Garberick. As Baumgars stays alive, fouling off that one. Count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Raider left fielder. Searching for her first hit today is Baumgars, as mentioned, as 0 for 2, reached on an error and scored this inning. And there's a ball in the dirt, and it's a wild pitch. That'll advance Isum to second. And the count has been worked to full. It's the 3rd Raider hitter to work a full count today. And that's a wild pitch. Charlie Baumgars now with an RBI opportunity, and she slots that one through the left side, and Bauman's going to hold up Isom at third, but that's the first hit of the day for Charlie Baumgars through the left side. Runners on first and third, and that'll bring up leadoff hitter. Well, would-be leadoff hitter Jen Bovey, but we got another pinch hitter. That'll be junior Lauren Pavich, number 11, stepping up to the plate here in the continuation of the fourth inning. And we'll take a look here at Pavich's stats. This is her third at bat of the season. Batting .500, 1 RBI to her name. And she looks at a first pitch strike down on the lower half of the zone for strike one. Pavich from California, Simi Valley, California, went to Simi Valley, and that one's up the middle for a hit. It's a hit party here in the fourth inning for the Raiders. And that'll score Isom, and it's 13-0 Northwestern. That's another run. And we got another pitching change. And we'll take another quick break and introduce you to the next Dakota Wesleyan pitcher. After this quick timeout, you're watching Raiders Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
Carlson spins into the lane, throws it down.
Northwestern College is top ranked for academics and an athletic powerhouse. But we do more than win championships. Our coaches and staff are committed to honoring Christ through excellence in athletics. We develop Raiders who stand out in competition and the classroom. The Raider Athletics Association provides resources that help us recruit the very best student athletes. Become a member by making a gift that will enhance the student athlete experience, fund scholarships, and continue to improve facilities. Be a part of the team behind the team. Join today. Thank you, and go Raiders.
And we welcome you back to the broadcast. Now pitching for Dakota Wesleyan is number 7, J.C. Linke, making her 8th appearance of the season, 0-2 record, and an ERA of 21 even. We got a double steal. Again, we got 2 runners in the scoring position. For Madison Grotwald, she looks at strike number 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Again, back to J.C. Linke, 21 ERA, 0-2 record, 7 2/3 innings pitched, and a .538 opponent batting average against her. And that one's the shortstop, and it's an error. Let's digest that one a little bit. We had a hit to shortstop. Now with a bad throw by the shortstop for an E6T. And we got 2 runs scored. And that will bring the inning to an end as the Raiders score many runs. I'll have to count them up in the inning break. But it's 15-0 Raiders as they scored, I believe, 13 runs or so in that inning. And the Raiders lead 15-0 as we head to the 5th inning. You're watching Raiders Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
Members of the Raider Athletics Association support Northwestern student athletes through gifts that fund scholarships and facility improvements. When you join the team behind the team, you are helping our student athletes continue to stand out. Join today. Go Raiders!
Correct. I have 13 Raider runs there in that half of the inning to make it 15-0. 5 Raiders scored twice in the inning, or their expected positions in the lineup scored twice that inning. Due up for Dakota Wesleyan is Jaden Warner, Lena McCoy, and Aubrey Garberick to try to cut into this lead here in the 5th inning, but might be a little too much to overcome here. As a long break in the action for Etherington, but she's back in the circle. And Warner looks at ball 1. And a swing and a miss for strike 1. Evens count, 1 ball, 1 strike here on the 7-hole hitter for the Tigers. Swing and a miss for strike 2, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes here on the Dakota Wesleyan, the first baseman. That one's up and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So far today, the Raiders did not strike out at the plate. Not a single recorded strikeout. That one's fouled off. Keeps the count at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jane Warner 0 for 1, struck out in the 3rd. And the pitch. Strike 3 looking. Back-to-back strikeout looking for Etherington. And that's the 2nd strikeout of the day for Warner. And 7th overall on the day for Etherington in the circle. Now batting Lena McCoy, the right fielder, who smoked a double over the head of Charlie Baumgars in the 3rd inning as she fouled off the first pitch for strike 1. It's the lone hit of the day for the Tigers. It's come from Lena McCoy in the 8-hole. Looks at ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. She was left stranded back in the 3rd. 1 walk and an error. And those are the only base runners for the Tigers to speak of today in this first game of the doubleheader. And she looks at a strike on the outer half. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the right fielder. And a batting 200 even on the season. 2 RBIs to her name. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's 3 straight strikeouts for Etherington. And her 8th of the day. Just a dominant performance for Etherington in the circle. Again, with just 1 walk, 1 hit, and an error for the 3 Tiger base runners. And Aubrey Gabarink, the 9-hole hitter, second baseman. And off Michelson, and she'll just eat it. And it'll be error on Michelson. And it will put Aubrey Gabarink on first. And it'll bring the top of the Dakota Wesleyan order to the plate in what would be Alyssa Burke, but it looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter here. And it's going to be nope, no pinch hitter. It's going to be a pinch runner. Might be an injury. And pinch running is going to be number 30. Number 30 is Ella Peterson, the freshman from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, out of Rapid City Central High School, will pinch run for Gabarink at first. So it is Alyssa Burke batting for the Tigers. The leadoff hitter, batting .396 with 6 RBIs. The lefty, she slaps one to Michelson, who makes up for the error and throws it over to McKinney at first. And that is out number 3, and game 1 is gone final, as the Raiders will take this one 15-0 in 5 innings. And if we take a and that'll do it. Take a look here at the stats real quick. 8 strikeouts on the day for Etherington. 1 walk, 1 hit, and 2 Raider errors led to only 4 base runners on the day for Dakota Wesleyan. That's not too shabby of an outing, if you ask me, for the sophomore Cameron Etherington, as the Raiders are out on the field picking up the field, getting ready for game number 2 this afternoon, as it'll start approximately 5:40, 5:45-ish, and we'll bring you back in here for the call on game number 2 when we have the starting lineups and when we're ready to go for game number 2. But Raiders take game 1 of the just Great Plains Athletic Conference doubleheader, winning by the score of 15-0 in 5 innings, and the Raiders improve to 24-7, 3-4 in conference play. Dakota Wesleyan falls to 9-20 and 1-6 in GPAC play. We'll be back in a little bit to bring you more action in Game 2 of the doubleheader. You're watching Raiders softball on NWCRaiders.com. right, we're back ready for Game 2 here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. In the circle for Northwestern in Game 2 is freshman right-hander, number 33, Kate Krolick, 13-4 record on the season. 2.50 ERA, and this will be her 15th game started. She has thrown 7 complete games, 2 shutouts, and has thrown 102 third innings, 104 strikeouts, and a 2.16 batting average against. Run through the slightly different batting order for Dakota Wesleyan here in Game 2. Leading off is still Alyssa Burke. Adriana Thomason is batting second in center field. McKinley Mole, shortstop, third. Nora Nelson again, batting fourth, third baseman. McElvany is designated player, catcher last game. Tiana Boone is new in the lineup this game. She's playing first base, number 22. Peyton Begley back in right field. Reagan Grassi will be doing the catching duties. And Monique Gomez will be finishing it off with playing second base, as Burke will lead off with a bunt single that hops over the head of Michelson. As we are underway in game number 2. This is the leadoff single for Burke. Off of Krolick, and Adriana Thomason will square to bunt herself, and she'll pop this one up. And Michelson will camp underneath it and try to double up Burke, but she gets back in time. It'll be a pop up to the third baseman on a bunt attempt for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up McKinley Mole. And she batted third last game as well, and she went 0 for 1 with a walk. Did Mole in that first game that the Raiders took 15-0, and off and running on ball 1. And Burke will get in there safely with a stolen base. And for Burke, she'll be in safely. At second base. That puts the Tiger in scoring position early on here in first inning of game 2. And there's a strike 1 to McKinley Mole, bringing the count to 1-1. Again, Mole with 0 for 1 with a walk in the first game. And swinging a miss on a pitch way up out of the zone for strike 2. And that brings the count to 1 ball, 2 strikes here with 1 away in the top of the first inning in game 2 of this GPAC doubleheader. Again, Northwestern winning 15-0 in game 1 in 5 innings, as that pitch is up and away for ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Picking up the win was Etherington in the circle, moving to 11-2. Again, she went 5 innings, all 5, complete game, 1 hit, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, facing 19 Tiger hitters. And that one's popped up sky high, and camped underneath it is Jordan Kramer over there at shortstop for out number 2. Just like that, there's 2 away, and Alyssa Burke still standing on second base. That'll bring up Nora Nelson to the plate for Dakota Wesleyan. Nelson 0 for 2 with a strikeout in the last game. The sole hit of the game coming from Lena McCoy for Dakota Wesleyan. Otherwise, they were just stymied by the effort of Etherington in the circle. Just another stellar outing for the sophomore from Algona. As Nelson fouls off the second pitch, is quickly behind 0-2 here to freshman right-hander Kate Krolick from Indianola, Iowa, out of Indianola High School. And Nelson will take a ball outside, bringing the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away, runner on second base. Nelson awaiting the 2-2 pitch from Krolick. And the pitch popped up, Michelson camping under it, calling for it, and puts it away for out number 3. And just like that, Kralik escapes out of the runner on second situation after the bunt single to begin the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 run on the left. We head to the bottom of the first inning. You're watching Raiders softball on nwcraiders.com.
Be a Raider. Lead and serve. Be smart and strong. Courageous and faithful. Be great, because excellence honors God and serves others. You belong at Northwestern. You'll stand out here. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, for significance. Because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Once again, Jen Bovey will lead off for the Raiders here in the bottom of the first inning here in Game 2. Jen Bovey earning the Scooters Player of the Game honors for Game 1, going 2 for 3 in her first game, even though all 3 balls were hit very hard. Scored 2 runs for the Raiders as the Raiders won 15-0, and she looks at ball 1 to begin the at-bat, looking to stay hot at the plate for Northwestern. Does Bovey out of Hastings, Nebraska, and Hastings High School. She looks at strike 1 from Boone, the starting pitcher for Dakota Wesleyan. Tava Boone from Gilbert, Arizona, transferred from D2 Eastern New Mexico University. So Bovey will look at ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count. Boone enters with a 1-8 record. This is her 12th start of the season, a 7.08 ERA in 61 1/3 innings pitched so far. Bovey goes up for that one. That one's going to drop for a hit, and Bovey will take a large turn off of first, but she will retreat back to first for a leadoff single for the Raiders here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Stays hot, does Bovey, picking up a hit to begin the game. Madison Grotwald stepping into the plate now, adjusted. 304 average now for Grotwald, 7 RBIs. She squares the bunt, pulls back for ball 1. Both leadoff hitters today for the Tigers and Raiders respectively. Leading off the first inning with a single on the starters for Game 2. Squares the bunt, pulls back again, ball 2. 2 balls, no strike. I think everybody at the ballpark knows that Grotwald, the lefty, is trying to drop a bunt here. But rightfully so, pulling a bat back each of the first 2 pitches. Both pitches have been way out of zone as she enters the box again with a 2-0 count against Tava Boone. And here's the pitch. That one, I guess, is a good frame job because it's called strike 1, but it looked to be well outside. 2 balls, 1 strike here, nobody out. Bovey on first base. And the pitch. She gets the bunt down to Boone. Boone throws over to her sister, Boone, at first base. And it's a sacrifice. It'll be a 1-3 sack. And that'll drop. And it'll move Bovey to second base. Bovey on second, 1 out. Bree Giordano up to the plate now. Picked up 2 RBIs last game and has bumped her average up to 460 on the season. Looks at strike number 1, and she has 3 home runs. 0-1 count now on Giordano. with Bovee at second base looking to score here, and she will take ball one up and out. Looks like the Boone sisters are out there, as Tiana Boone will play first base today, and Tava Boone will do the pitching duties for the Tigers as Giordano looks at ball number 2. 2 balls, 1 strike here from sunny Orange City, Iowa. Here in Game 2 of this Great Plains Athletic Conference doubleheader. Raiders looking to pull even in conference play this season. We'll look at a pitch called the strike on the inside corner. 2 balls, 2 strike the count. And here's the pitch, up and out. Works the count to full, does Giordano. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. On the junior from Arroyo Grande, California. And she will work a walk here. 2 Raiders on now, first and second. And that'll bring up Gwen Michelson, 384 batting average, third baseman, 2 home runs, 22 RBIs to her name. Again, last time out on Saturday, she hit a 2-run home run that went between the scoreboard and the foul pole out and right, as the Raiders took Game 2 of the doubleheader with Concordia to split. Looking for the sweep here against Dakota Wesleyan as Michelson looks at ball 1. 1 away here. Bovee at second. And Giordano at first. And that one under the glove for a hit into left center. And they're going to wave Bovee around, and they seemed oblivious to that. Had a chance to get her at home, but third baseman just caught it and held on to it. So it's going to be an RBI single for Michelson. It's her 23rd RBI of the season. And the Raiders take an early 1-0 lead here in the first inning. Bovee scores her 3rd run of the day. And it brings up Erica McKinney to the plate for the Raiders. As again, they lead 1-0. And ball 1 to McKinney. It looks like Tara Boone is having a hard time finding the strike zone. And when she does, the Raiders are taking advantage of it as they have a walk and 2 hits. And this one's sky high to shallow center field. But the second baseman, Gomez, is going to get underneath it, put it away for out number 2. That's 2 outs now in the inning. Giordano on second. And Michelson on first after Michelson's RBI single to give the Raiders an early 1-0 lead. Emily Strasser steps in her designated player position again. 326 average, 1 home run, 21 RBIs. Chance to add to that total as she looks again at the pitch on the inside corner, strike 1. Can she get a chance to add to her RBI total with Giordano on second? A single to the outfield, I would imagine, scores her. And she looks at strike 2, down quickly 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch, well outside. Strasser takes for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on the Raider designated player. Steps back into the batter's box. Last game, Strasser was 1 for 2. It's an RBI, a sac bunt, and a run scored. This one is belted, and it's gone for her 2nd home run of the season. And the Raiders now lead 4-0 with that 3-1 blast to left center field. And Strasser, with her 4th home run of this, or 2nd home run of the season, brings her RBI total up to 24. And the Raiders lead 4-0 here early in the first. Makes an early statement. Puts a stamp on wanting to be player of the game here in game number 2 with that 3-1 blast. Chloe Gallegos now up to the plate. The catcher, 357 on the season. She looks at strike number 1. 19 RBIs. I mean, Strasser did what's best. You know, best way to not leave players on base is to just hit it over the wall. That one looked to be a bit outside, but it's going to be a strike 2 anyways. You wonder if the zone's going to widen up a little bit. But so it's 4-0 lead for the Raiders. 0-2 count on the Raider catcher. Gallegos, the freshman from Carroll, Iowa. Here's the 0-2 pitch. She swings and misses, but it's dropped by the catcher to throw down. She'll strike out swinging and throw down 2-3. Put out. Gets Dakota Wesleyan out of the inning. But before they do, 4 runs. Thanks in part to the 3-run blast for Emily Strasser, her second home run of the season. And the Raiders lead 4-0 after 1 full. You're watching Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.
Members of the Raider Athletics Association support Northwestern student athletes through gifts that fund scholarships and facility improvements. When you join the team behind the team, you're helping our student athletes continue to stand out. Join today. Go Raiders!
Welcome back to the Softball Diamond on the campus of Northwestern College as Kralik heads back out to the circle, now with a 4-run cushion. And it'll bring up the 5-hole hitter, Allison McElvany, the designated player this game. She caught last game for the Tigers, but she's in the designated position player today, as Reagan Grassi will do the catching duties here in game number 2. Here's the first pitch from Kralik. Just a hair inside for ball 1. And here's pitch number 2. This one's fouled up and behind us for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. And we got a 1-1 count. Kralik delivers and a swing and a miss on a ball well up. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. You know, I said this on Saturday. I don't know how you hit a ball that's going upwards. I'm not used to that as a baseball guy. Still haven't gotten used to it, but it's only been 2 days, so cut me some slack. As she swings and misses at another one up and out of the zone for strike 3. Kralik's first strikeout of the day. That'll bring up Tiana Boone, the first baseman in today's game. And Tiana Boone did not play in the first game. Looks at ball 1. And swing and a miss for strike 1. One the count now on the Tiger first baseman. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. I mean, I would not want to step in there and face Kralik, that's for sure. I don't want to face any softball pitcher after seeing the reporter versus pitchers that happened earlier. Probably be worse than the reporters, so that's why I'm an SID, folks, and that's why I'm here calling the game. There's a ball, up and out, ball 2. They pay me to keep stats and keep you guys entertained. Or so they say. I entertain. But Here comes a 2-2 pitch from Kralik. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Kralik. Stepping up to the plate now is Peyton Bagley. And there's a pop-up. Oh, McKinney puts her glove out, and look what I found. There's a softball, and the inning is over. It's 1-2-3 inning for Kralik and company. And that is all she wrote for the top of the second inning. 2 strikeouts in the inning for Kralik, and we head to the bottom of the second. Your Raiders lead 4-0. We'll be right back. You're watching Raider Softball on nwcraiders.com.
Members of the Raider Athletics Association support Northwestern student athletes through gifts that fund scholarships and facility improvements. When you join the team behind the team, you are helping our student athletes continue to stand out. Join today. Go Raiders!
And we welcome you back to the broadcast. Raider fans, help support Red Raider Athletics by joining the Raider Association. It's the team behind the team that supports our 530 student athletes. Go to nwciowa.edu/join-RAA to join today. Again, that's nwciowa.edu/join-RAA to join today. Cameron Etherington will lead off for the Raiders after a stellar Game 1 in the circle for the sophomore from Algona, Iowa. And Etherington will now be playing left field and get a chance to swing the bat a little bit. She swings and misses at the first offering. As Boone prepares for the second pitch of the at-bat. And here it is, fouled off by Etherington. Red Raider Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors: the City of Orange City, Demco Manufacturing, Orange City Health System, Pizza Ranch, Transova Genetics, and BSN Sports. Thanks for being on the team. Be the team. And the 0-2 offering. Outside for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Etherington. The 8-hole hitter for the Raiders this game. 301 average entering the day. 17 RBIs. And the 1-2. Inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count now. Scooter's Coffee, the proud sponsor of Red Raider Athletics. Amazing people, amazing drinks, and amazingly fast. And there's the ball up and out, working another full count, the second of the day for the Raiders. And we prepare for the 3-2 pitch from Boone. And here it is. Gets way under it, but way early too, and it goes way foul. And we'll do another 3-2 pitch. Shane Bauman in his fourth in the lead in the Northwestern softball program, and Etherington looks at strike 3 on the inside corner. Second strikeout for Boone on the day. It's back-to-back Ks for Boone, the junior out of Gilbert, Arizona. Shortstop Jordan Kramer digging into the box now for Northwestern, and here's the first pitch, and a swing and a miss for strike 1, 321 average. 1 home run, 23 RBIs. And here's the 0-1 pitch. This one's popped up. Looks like it'll stay on the infield. Two Tigers. Nobody's going to get there. Nobody's standing on second. So it's going to turn into, what, an infield double? I mean, I don't know how else you score that, but that's a double for a ball that that landed in the pitching circle. I don't know if I'll ever see that again. That's heads-up base running, though, by Jordan Kramer to take advantage of no one standing at second. The center fielder was a little late getting in there, but both the shortstop and the second baseman converged on that. The pitcher was in it, too, and nobody took charge and called anyone off, and it ball landed harmlessly. And looks like Kramer's going to steal third. And the clock has stopped with the ball spiked into the ground. But we have runners on third with one out on a stolen base. And that we have Bovey at the plate. 0-1 pitch. And she's no longer buttoned. She's swinging away. That ball is into right field. It's going to drop. She's going to go in with a shallow double. And that's going to be an RBI double for Jen Bovey. And she stays hot. She's 2 for 2. That's an RBI double for Bovey. And Raiders lead 5-0. Catcher out. Grossi is out talking to Tave Boone. As Bovey now stands on second base. Madison Grotwald stepping into the box now. She laid down a sacrifice bunt in the first inning. And she squares here, but here's the first offering from Boone, and she squares the bunt, but she's going to call that umpire's going to call that a strike. I thought that was a bit outside, but strike one nonetheless, 0-1, the count. Bovey on second, traded places with Jordan Kramer. Raiders lead 5-0. That ball is swung on and offered at by Grotwald, and it's fouled off, out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. And the 0-2 set to come from Boone here. Northwestern's already pushed across one here. And that one's way outside. Ball 1. Red Raider Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors: Premier Communications, the Van Eglenhoven Insurance Agency, Kaspersky Ace Hardware, Diamond Vogel Paint, Iowa State Bank, Pepsi of Siouxland, Northwestern Bank, Orange City Area Health System, Scooters, and American State Bank. Thanks for being on the team behind the team. As Grotwald looks at ball up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. And the 2-2 pitch. Offered at and fouled off. Good fight there by the Raiders' second baseman. Has a chance to increase her RBI total. She's at 7 entering this game. Get another 2-2 pitch incoming from Tava Boone. That one's up in the air. It's going to be caught by the left fielder. That's Burke running in to make the play. Flies out to center, to left, in left center for the second out of the inning. That'll bring up Bree Giordano. Worked the full count her first time up, ended up walking, and came around to score in the 4-run first inning for the Raiders. She has a chance to drive in her 34th run of the day, or of the season, rather. I mean, it'd be impressive to drive in 34, but we only scored 15 in Game 1. Not scientifically possible. The 0-1 pitch outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. And chopper to short. Played nicely by Mole. Strong throw over to Boone at first, and the inning's over. Raiders push across 1 and extend their lead to 5-0. We've played 2 full from the softball diamond in Orange City. You're watching Raider softball on NWCRaiders.com.
You belong at Northwestern. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, significance, because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Eight, 9-1 due up for Dakota Wesleyan here to lead off the third inning. Orange City Area Health System is your partner for safe, skilled, and essential services. From family medicine to behavioral health, sports medicine to therapy and rehab, surgery to senior care. They offer the right care and the right place at the right time. Orange City Area Health System. Leading off for the Tigers, 8-hole hitter Reagan Grosty doing the catching duties for Dakota Wesleyan today. Here's the first pitch from Kralik. It's up, ball one. We're going to take a look at Grossi in the last game. She was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. She looks at strike one there from the freshman. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last game, Raiders tallied 3 doubles from Gallegos, McKinney, and Bovey. And we got a swing and a miss there by Grossi. The only hit of the day for Dakota Wesleyan was the double from Lena McCoy. Otherwise, the bats were held in check by Cam Etherington. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes now on the Tiger catcher. And here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the third strikeout for Kralik in the game. Here through 2 1/3. Now batting Monique Gomez. She looks at strike 1. This is only her 5th at bat of the season. She's batting .500. 2 for 4. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Against Kralik. Wind is howling out there. And the 0-2 pitch from Kralik is looked to be close, but called a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The count on DWU's second baseman. And the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nope, it's going to be called foul. Count remains 1-2. 1 away, nobody on. And the 1-2 pitch from the Indianola native. She falls up and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And the Raiders erupted for 13 runs in the 4th inning to down Dakota Wesleyan 15-0 in game 1 on 12 hits. That was fouled off. Count remains 2-2. And here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Kralik. Make it 4 on the day for her. And the first pitch to leadoff hitter Alyssa Burke is popped up to shortstop, and Kramer's there to put it away for out number 3. And again, the Tigers go 1, 2, 3. And we head to the bottom half of the third. Bottom half of the third. Raiders lead 5-0. Raider fans, help support Red Raider Athletics by joining the Raider Athletics Association. It's the team behind the team that supports our 530 student athletes. Go to nwciowa.edu/join-RAA to join today. Again, that's nwciowa.edu/join-RAA to join today. Raiders up 5-0 on Dakota Wesleyan here. We also like to, no matter your age or ability, the CNOS Sports Medicine Team can help you stay healthy, prevent injuries, and strengthen your game. CNOS, improving health. Did you know Northwestern's fall enrollment was at an all-time record with 1,585 students? Raiders stand out. And did you know 21 Northwestern athletes earned NAIA All-American honors last season? Raiders stand out. As we prepare for the home half of the third, leading off for the Raiders is going to be Gwen Michelson, who had an RBI single in the first inning and also came around to score herself. She will lead off for the Raiders here in the home half of the third. The transfer from San Jose State University. She takes a first pitch ball up and out to begin the at-bat. And the second pitch, again up and out, ball 2. Erica McKinney stands on deck, the first baseman for the Raiders. Michelson fouls that one off on a line down the left field line. 2 balls, 1 strike to count. And another ball in the dirt. 3 balls, 1 strike now on Northwestern third baseman. Michelson batting .384 on the year. 2 home runs, 22 RBI. Looking for her pitch here. Ahead 3-1. And that one's going to be called on the inside corner, strike 2. Works the full count. For the third full count of the day, the Raiders offense have been in. And the offering. Popped up. Shallow right. Coming in to make the play is Begley for out number 1. Erica McKinney, the first baseman, stepping into the box for Northwestern. .245 average. Popped out to second, first time up in the first inning. She looks at a strike on the inside corner. Boone living on the inside part of the plate and getting the strike call. Raiders have been hesitant to swing at a lot of those pitches on the inside, letting a lot of them go. That time she goes outside, popped up. And Gomez is going to range over to make the play for out number 2. For the second out. And that'll bring up designated player Emily Strasser. Last time up, she crushed the ball over the left center field wall for a 3-run home run. And that solidified the 4-run inning for Northwestern, making them jump out to a 4-0 lead after 1. Raiders tacked on 1 more in the fifth, or in the bottom of the second, to make it 5-0. And that's where we stand right now here in the bottom half of the third inning. She looks at a ball inside. She's got 2 home runs on the season now. And that one's on the outer half, called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Strasser. And here is the 1-1 offering from Boone. Up and out, ball 2. Did you know 100% of Northwestern's 2021 and 2020 nursing graduates passed their board exams on their first try? Raiders stand out. Here comes the 2-1 pitch from Boone to Strasser. And she offers at it, hitting it foul, out of play. Strike number 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on for the Raiders. Strasser digs back in now, awaiting the 2-2 pitch. And the offering. Slap to second base. Gomez is there to make the play and tosses it over to Boone. And Tigers out of the inning. Raiders go 1-2-3. You're watching Raiders softball on nwcraiders.com.
Carlson spins into the lane. Throws it down.
Northwestern College is top ranked for academics and an athletic powerhouse. But we do more than win championships. Our coaches and staff are committed to honoring Christ through excellence in athletics. We develop Raiders who stand out in competition and the classroom. The Raider Athletics Association provides resources that help us recruit the very best student athletes. Become a member by making a gift that will enhance the student-athlete experience, fund scholarships, and continue to improve facilities. Be a part of the team behind the team. Join today. Thank you, and go Raiders.
Welcome back. 2-3-4 due up for the Tigers. Adriana Thompson leading off for Dakota Wesleyan here in the top of the 4th inning. Foul ball off the umpire's mask. Strike 1. He appears to be okay. Gallegos checks on him with a thumbs up, and it appears that he is okay, ready to continue. Yep, there's a thumbs up from Blue. And we're ready for more softball. 0-1 count. And that ball is low for ball 1. 1-1. And the 1-1. Inside corner, strike 2. Swinging a miss, or excuse me, swinging a foul ball. For the count remains 1-2. Raiders lead 5-0 here in the 4th. Raiders receiving votes in the latest NAIA Top 25 poll. Looking to even the record in GPAC play. One's a bit outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. On the Tigers center fielder. And the 2-2 pitch. Low and in the dirt, full count. I believe it's the first full count a Tiger hitter has been in today in this game against Kralik. And the pitch. Missed. Ball 4. Leadoff walk for Thompson. Brings up McKinley Mole to the plate. The shortstop for Dakota Wesleyan. Kralik was 4 Ks. Fouls that one off. In the net. Strike one. Scooter's Coffee is a proud sponsor of Red Raider Athletics. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. Ball up. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Tigers shortstop. And the 1-1 count. That ball's up. They're making a play on it is Etherington for out number 1. For the first out. Nora Nelson digging in now. She's 0 for 1 today. Popped out in her first at bat. She skies this one up to shallow right center, and backing up to make the play is Grotwald. And it's 2 away now here in the top of the 4th inning. And I'll bring up Allison McElveny. She offered, says the home plate umpire, strike 1. On the pitch that was up. 1 ball, or no balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on second. And here is the 0-1 pitch. Strike 2. McAlvany did not like that call. On the outer half of the plate, it's a no balls, 2 strikes to count, 2 outs. And the 0-2, just a bit too far outside for ball 2. Or excuse me, ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 5-0 Raider lead here in the 4th inning. Here comes the 1-2. Fouled off. Again, off the umpire's face mask. There's a foul ball. They're going to confer about it at the plate. Home plate umpire put it up a little late, but, I mean, the ball bounced off his face mask. Yep, and the call's going to stand. Foul ball. Thompson will return to first. She reached via the walk to lead off the inning, working a full count on Kralik. Then Kralik subsequently fly out to left and a pop out to second. And a strikeout, looking for her 5th strikeout to end the Tiger half of the 4th. Raiders lead 5-0. You're watching Raider Softball on nwcraiders.com.
Be a Raider. Lead and serve. Be smart and strong. Courageous and faithful. Be great, because excellence honors God and serves others. You belong at Northwestern. You'll stand out here. You'll be equipped for your career, for God's call on your life, for success, for significance. Because you'll be a Raider, and Raiders stand out.
Seven, 8, 9 due up for the Raiders. Chloe Gallegos set to lead off for Northwestern. Last game, she was 1 for 2. With a walk, a run scored. Coach Miller making the walk over to first base. Raiders lead 5-0. I don't see the manila folder. Bit worried. Oh, it's there. It's there. Don't you worry. It's there. I know you were worried at home as much as I was here. Ball 1 to Gallegos, the Raider catcher. The 1-0 pitch. Strike on the outside half of the plate, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Right back up the middle, and that's going to find the right center gap, and Gallegos is going to reach with a leadoff single. And that'll bring up left fielder Cameron Etherington. And pinch running, it's probably more like courtesy running out there, is number 14, Brooke Zalstra, junior from Hull, Iowa. Etherington up for the Raiders. Struck out looking back in the second inning to lead off the inning. Looking to find a way on base here. Runner on first, nobody out. Jordan Kramer on deck for the Raiders in the 9-hole. She's 1 for 1 with a double and a run scored. That one's down and in, ball 1. 301 average entering the game is Etherington. Does a little bit of everything for the Raiders. And she swings and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike now to count. 17 RBIs for Etherington on the season. 5-0 Raider lead here in the home half of the 4th. And the pitch. Squares the bunt, gets it down. Played by Brooks, the first baseman. Throw over to Gomez for the 3-4 sacrifice bunt for the first out of the inning. That'll move Gallegos over to second base, as it looks like Coach Bauman again is trying to manufacture some more runs here in the 4th. Jordan Kramer digging in now, the shortstop. 321 average entering the game. 1 for 1 with a double, stolen base, and a run scored. Slaps that one foul. Out of play off to the right side. Last game, Kramer was 1 for 1. Run scored. And an RBI. Couple sacrifices as well. And the 0-1 pitch. Inside corner, strike 2. (0-2) count now on Kramer. Jen Bovey and the top of the Raider lineup on deck. 0-2 count, 1 out. Runner on second. Ball out and away, outside, ball 1. Over at second is Gallegos, who was advanced over by the sacrifice bunt by Etherington. And Kramer will dig back in now, awaiting the 1-2 pitch from Boone. And the pitch. Fouled off, stays alive. The wind howling out there. Still no clouds to be spoken of out here, but tomorrow they're supposed to be here since it's supposed to rain. Again, it's science. Speaking the obvious, aren't I? I apologize. There's the foul ball. Here's a shocker for those at home. I did not study meteorology in college. That is not what I got my degree in. 1-2 pitch awaiting again. Back-to-back foul balls for Kramer. And the pitch. Fouled off again. Kramer showing a lot of fight there in the box. Down 1-2 still. Holds up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out. Gallegos on second base. Again, a lot of fight shown here by Kramer. See if she can find a pitch to do something with and bring those in. And the 2-2 offering. Up and away. Ball 3. Another full count. Second of the day. Excuse me, not the second. That's the fourth. And full count offering. Up, ball 4. What a great at bat for Jordan Kramer as she works a walk. And Raiders have runners on first and second with 1 away. That brings up their top of the lineup. And Jen Bovey. She gets the signs from head coach Shane Bauman. Shane Bauman, former quarterback of the South Dakota State football team. And bunt pulled back. Stolen base. Double steal. And it's a stolen base. There's a good throw down to third there by Grossi, but not able to come up with a catch down there was Nelson. And I would have reckoned that Gallegos would have slid in safely anyways. But we got 2 runners in scoring positions now. Second and third, 1 out. 1-0 count on Bovey. And there's a ball up and deep. And it's going to drop. I don't know what happened, but it dropped out there. RBI, 2 RBI double for Bovey, and it's 7-0 Raiders. That's RBI is 31 and 32 for Bovey. And stepping up to the plate, Madison Grotwald, but we're having a little catcher-pitcher conference in the circle as Grossi goes out to talk to Tava Boone. 2 more runs put on the board here by the Raiders in the home half of the 4th inning. Makes it 7-0 Northwestern here in the home half of the 4th. Bovey out at second base with a 2 RBI double. That's her second double of the day in this game. She's 3 for 3 with 3 RBIs, 2 doubles, and there's a bunt. Gomez gets there and throws out Grotwald, but it's going to be a sacrifice. And that's going to move Bovey over to third on the sacrifice. And that's going to bring up Bree Giordano. She's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored today, a .460 average, 33 RBIs. And first pitch to her, she fouled off to the right side for strike 1. And Bovey will trot back to third. Bauman hoping to get Bovey in to make it 8-0 here. No one better you one up than Bree Giordano here, the 3-hole hitter. And she looks at strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 0-2 count now on Giordano. She steps back into the batter's box, awaiting the 0-2 pitch from Boone. The pitch, outside, ball 1. That one's outside 2. Ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs already in this inning. Looks like President Christie might be in attendance, as I'm told. And that one's going to go off the third baseman's glove for a single into left field. And that'll score Bovey, and the Raiders lead 8-0. That's an RBI single for Giordano. And her 34th RBI of the season. And no, it doesn't look like it. I don't know what's going up in the box. We're just enjoying the day up here in the brass box here at the Softball Diamond. A lot of great student workers here in Northwestern Athletic Communications. We got a pinch runner over there at first. As Gwen Michelson steps into the box. I believe that's Charlie Baumgar is out there running at first in place of Giordano. Gwen Michelson, 384 hitter, third baseman. Up at the plate now. The first pitch, up and away, ball one. Raiders have played at 3 runs, taking the 8-0 lead here in inning number 4 in Game 2 of this Great Plains Athletic Conference doubleheader between the Dakota Wesleyan Tigers and the receiving boats Northwestern Red Raiders. There's ball 2. Makes the count 2-0. With 2 outs. Runner on first. And the 2-0. With another pitch high. 3-0. On Michelson. Michelson is 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a run scored back in the first. She flew out to right to working a full count in the third. She looks at strike 1 there. Good take. 3 balls, 1 strike. 2 away. Boone still in the circle for Dakota Wesleyan here. Baumgar's over at first. And on deck is Erica McKinney. That one's fouled off the catcher's face mask. Works the count full. Checking on the catcher, Grassi. Head coach, Lean. Derek Lean comes out to check on his catcher. And it looks like she's all right. And we'll resume play here. Full count on Michelson. Second straight at bat, she's worked a full count. And the 3-2 offering. Up and away, ball 4, and she will take first with a walk. And it'll move Baumgar's over to second. And that'll bring up first baseman Erica McKinney. And we got Delaney Eisminger running at first for Michelson. Coach Miller over there talking to Eisminger. As Erica McKinney settles into the box here with 2 away. 8-0 Raider lead. And Boone steps back on the rubber. Just prepare for the first pitch of the bat to McKinney. Looks at a strike 1 that the catcher wasn't able to hang on to. McKinney has 2 pop outs to second base today. Looks at strike 2 on the inside corner. 0-2, 2 outs. McKinney hitting .245 on the season. 9 RBIs. Baumgar's on second. Ball 1 outside. And we got a 1-2 count. And we prepare for the 1-2 pitch. And here it comes. That one's turned on. deep, but not deep enough. Oh, the left fielder loses it. And it will fall in harmlessly and in for a single. So it's going to be a double to left field. See if Burke is okay out there. And 1 run comes across the score, making it 9-0. Eisminger moves over to third. Baumgart scores. 9 Raiders. Here in the home half of the fourth. And it looks like we might have a pitching change here. And that'll be Megan Daffern, the starter of game 1. She'll re-enter here in game number 2 in relief. And she'll come in the game, and she'll inherit runners on second and third. Daffern, last game, 3 1/3 innings pitched, 7 hits, 9 runs allowed, only 3 of them earned, and she faced 21 batters and hit 2. She's back in here for Dakota Wesleyan. Try to get out of this jam as Emily Strasser is scheduled to hit, and it looks like she will hit. And we've got runners on second and third. And Strasser getting some instruction from assistant coach Scott Miller with his manila little folder. Strasser digs in here, ready to face Daffern again. And the first pitch. Strike 1. Daffern only needs to get 1 out here to get out of this inning. Raiders lead 9-0. They've put up 2 innings with 4 runs in those innings, in the first and now the fourth, with 1 run in the second to achieve their 9-0 lead. Looks at ball 1, up and out. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. 2 outs, runners on second and third for Strasser. And there's a single. And that'll drive in another run. She's got 4 RBIs today. Another RBI single. And that'll score Eisminger. And it'll move McKinney over to third. First and third situation now. And that'll bring up Stella Humphreys, I'm told. And she is number 19, and she'll do the pinch hitting duties in place of Chloe Gallegos. And she looks at strike 1. Humphreys on the season has yet to record a hit. Now is a good time to do it. She's down 0-2 now. She's had 7 at-bats this season. Humphreys, the freshman from Trainer, Iowa, and Trainer High School in the Des Moines area, Central Iowa region. And the 0-2 pitch, up and out, ball 1. 1-2 the count, 2 outs, runners on first and third for the Raiders. A 10-0 lead. And the 1-2 plunks her. And she's on base. And that'll load the bases. And that'll bring up Cameron Etherington. The base is loaded for Etherington. Could really open up this game. Etherington's first pitch from Davern is a called strike. 0-1 the count. 7 o'clock hour about to roll in here. Thank you for joining us on this fine Monday evening. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Etherington down 0-2 on Daffern. Bases are juiced. Fouls that one off. Count remains 0-2. Etherington is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt here in game number 2 after pitching a stellar game 1. And she grounds this one foul on down the left field line. Count stays 0-2. And we're ready for the next 0-2 pitch, and here it comes. Inside, ball 1. Heard a yeah yell from the Dakota Wesleyan bench, but that's inside. And here is the 1-2. That one's low, ball 2. Etherington's worked the count to 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Daffern. Again, Daffern is 1 out away from getting out of this. And we got a foul ball. Blocked by a center post in here. Sometimes it makes it hard to see. I apologize. Remains 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Daffern. Fouled off again. Still waiting for Bauman to make a play down there. It'll come sooner or later, Coach. I just know it. I have confidence. And the 2-2. Nice play by the shortstop. Flips over to Gomez, covering second, and the fielder's choice gets Dakota Wesleyan out of it. (6-4) fielder's choice put out, ends the inning for the 3rd out. But the Raiders put up 5 and take a 10-0 lead into the 5th inning. Kralik back to the circle. We'll be right back. You're watching Raider Softball on nwcraiders.com.
Members of the Raider Athletics Association support Northwestern students through gifts that fund scholarships and facility improvements. When you join the team behind the team, you are helping our student athletes continue to stand out. Join today. Go Raiders!
Six, 7, 8 due up for the Tigers here in the top of the 5th inning. Raider Athletics would like to thank the following sponsors: Premier Communications, the Van Eglenhoven Insurance Agency, Kaspersky Ace Hardware, Diamond Vogel Paint, Iowa State Bank, Pepsi of Siouxland, Northwestern Bank, Orange City Health System, Scooters, and American State Bank. Thanks for being on the team behind the team. Leading off for Dakota Wesleyan here is the 6-hole hitter, the first baseman, Tiana Boone. Struck out swinging the first time back in the second inning. Kralik has been effective as well here today, allowing just one hit thus far and a walk. That ball is rocketed foul. Scooters Coffee is a proud sponsor of Red Raider Athletics. Amazing people, amazing drinks, amazingly fast. The 0-1 count now on Tiana Boone. Getting struck out swinging in her first plate appearance of the day back in the second inning. She looks at strike number 2. And due up next is Peyton Bagley for the Tigers. But it looks like we might have a pinch hitter. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And we do have a pinch hitter. That's a 6th strikeout for Kralik on the day. And the pinch hitter is going to be number 30. It's going to be Ella Peterson, the freshman from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And she'll bat in place of Peyton Bagley. Here against Kralik. And due up, looks like on deck we might have another pinch hitter. Looks like on deck is number 27, Fia Wheatema. And she's a freshman from Worthington, Minnesota. Looks at us. Got an 0-1 count here on Peterson. Facing Kralik. And here's the 0-1 offering. Ball 1. Up and out. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Nobody on for the Tigers here in the top of the 5th inning. And a swing and a miss. Strike 2. Kralik in control here. The 0-2 pitch, or excuse me, 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 looking, and Peterson goes down without even swinging the bat there on strike 3. That's strikeout number 7. And due up now is Sophie Wheatsema. And she's a freshman from Worthington, Minnesota. She went to Two Roads Charter School. She swings and misses at the first pitch. And fouls off the second one. Quickly down 0-2. Kralik ahead quickly. And we've and strike 3 looking. Kralik strikes out the side, and the Raiders are going to take game 2, 10-0. They're going to score double digits in both games in this doubleheader sweep to pull even in GPAC play this season, as the Raiders now improve to 25-7 and 4-4 in GPAC play. For Coach Bauman and company, Dakota Wesleyan will fall to 9-21 and 1-7 in GPAC play. Kralik ends the game with 8 strikeouts, just like Cameron Etherton did in Game 1. Both had 8 strikeouts, pitched 5-inning complete game, 1 hit apiece. I mean, it's just almost a mirror image. Just stellar pitching performances today by Etherington and Kralik, as the Raiders get the bats going. Hopefully gets them out of their little slump and ready to go this weekend as they travel to the state of Nebraska once again, as they will take on the Doane Tigers on April 8th, this Friday, with first game beginning at 3 p.m. and a 1 p.m. start for a doubleheader over in Hastings, Nebraska against the Broncos of Hastings College. The Raiders improved their win streak against Dakota Wesleyan to 6 games. It was a sweep today, and improved to 13-3 against the Tigers here in Orange City at the Softball Diamond since 2006. Thanks for tuning in today and spending your Monday afternoon/evening with us here at Northwestern. As again, the Raiders was the doubleheader sweep over Dakota Wesleyan, 15-0 in Game 1 and 10-0 in Game 2. And the Raiders improved to 25-7 and 4-4 in GPAC play. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time. You've watched Raider Softball on NWCRaiders.com.